Select your god.
Shock! Fantastic!
We can. Do this, then wave, and then the side camp, and then back to red. wave and then yellow.
Slain. An ally has been slain. On my way.
Is it so hard to look at the timer from this buff? Is this so hard? Don't clear it without me. I don't know.
Your right tower is under attack. slain. Enemy missing leg. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Be careful, right? Defend right lane. Help right lane.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Do not fret.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. Your middle tower is under attack. You have slain an enemy. You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. left. Cancel that. Enemies incoming. Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is down.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
There's no running from me.
Shut down.
Alone.
An ally has been slain. Enemy missing left. Be careful, middle. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Behind us!
Yes. Alone.
Is under attack. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Your middle tower is under attack.
Help, right lane.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Attack.
An ally has been slain. An ally has left the game.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Okay.
Defeat. Select your god.
Hades.
Hi, party people!
Hi. Come, my doves.
Minions have spawned.
Come, my doves. Come, my doves.
Okay,
Back off.
okay!
First,
Party is off the
your
hook!
middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
Hello.
Okay. isn't over yet.
Come, my dove.
Your sins.
Enemy spotted!
Killing spree. Gank.
Enemies have returned to base!
The Pyro has arrived.
Okay!
Okay.
You're welcome.
Victory.
Dude, there's absolutely no way I've been muted this whole time. Why? It's set. Oh man, my mic has been set to default for some reason, and that doesn't pick up my current microphone. I've never changed this shit. Why did it default itself now? That's so tragic. I've been going for 45 minutes with not a sync. Oh, I've been talking the whole time. Well, this VOD probably is not gonna be saved. Because I can't be asked to edit that shit away. Well, at least there's been nothing substantial to this stream anyway, so far. It's been 2 very early surrenders, and one of them was an accident. On my part. And hello, Winari. I didn't say much anyway. All I said was hello. Oh, well, that's absolutely tragic. I don't even know what to build on this. I went for the aspect, so never mind. I kind of need to go for attack speed here. Attack speed it is, then. I might need to go for a chalice though. Especially into chalk. Yeah, I'm gonna get poked to shit. Yeah, it's been pretty rough in terms of win-loss the last few streams. I've been winning some off-stream, but I can't seem to win on-stream. So far it's 1-1, so not terrible, but it didn't really feel like a win in the last one. They just 10 minutes surrendered, and I hadn't done anything. So how's my 2 coming along? Getting to a good place. I think it is in a good place, yeah. I mean, the biggest problem is Hyris just got hit with a pretty massive layoff across the whole company, so that's pretty rough. People, I imagine that was a big hit not only to the inside of the company, but a lot of people obviously don't like that, and are pretty tired of seeing layoffs. So yeah, I mean it sucks. Not really much else to say about it.
Minions have spawned.
It sucks. A lot of the young, passionate, maybe not as experienced developers was kind of laid off, unfortunately. It seems like most of the older veterans still are around, so like the development of the game should still be about the same, I think. But it does suck losing talent and like the young and experienced, or inexperienced, I suppose. Like they kind of need. They essentially just let go of the future, you know. They just kept it old. And while there is logic to that, if you have to lay off, layoffs just suck. It's just terrible. Don't really beat chalk clear with bluestone.
Be careful.
Gaze into the mirror. Gaze into the mirror.
Kind of fits that my jungler does blue here. Then I can just take his stuff, and I'll be able to take mine too, and I'll still come out on top here. This is my first rank with a new armor aspect though. We'll see how it goes. I don't really think it's that good into their comp. They all have pretty good self-peeling and CC. It's not really great. And for the people who don't know it, this is essentially just a Fatalis. She's got a Fatalis buff as a trade-off, so I don't have a heal anymore. And I no longer have a like a small shield either. Now it's just purely an attack speed and Fatalis steroid. But that's obviously not great into something that can easily just peel you off from auto-attacking. Which they all have pretty good stuff of. Outside of Izanami, but if I have to trade someone on their team, I would like it to not be Izanami. Because she's probably the only one that can trade me. And Jock just has insanely good self-peel and he has like anti-attack speed in his kit, so like... Ah, it still hit me. What is Fatalis? Fatalis is not getting movement speed penalty when you auto-attack. It's an item, that's why it's just called Fatalis. It is being able to auto-attack without having any kind of movement speed. Like, look at this. This is what normally happens when you auto-attack. With this buff, it just keeps going. So you can just run, you can literally just W them to death. People hate it. Fatalis has always got something very controversial in Smite, because it's hella powerful when it's good. Right now, the item is Fatalis in Smite 2 is not good. Because you need like 5 auto attacks to like fully get the effect of it, which isn't good. Like you might as well just go crit and kill people in 5 autos now. Can't believe I had to beat and ult for fucking bots. Disgusting character. I can finish my stuff. I'll just back.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
will not stand for this. Be careful.
And Fatalis built into kits has always been something that hasn't been kind of broken. Like, the only one who's ever really had it was Kronos, but the second people got good at the game, that shit was removed. Because it was broken as hell. And he's also an ADC. ADC should not have that stuff. So, like, it was a thing back in the old days. Like, it took about 2 years or some shit for it to actually be removed. But, like, people just weren't good enough when it was originally a thing. It's either that or items weren't good, or something like that. Like, it's... A lot of gods were originally really, really powerful, but people just didn't know it. Once people got better, they're like, holy shit. This god's broken. And, yeah. And they had to nerf it. Like, it was the same thing with Vamana at the launch tournament. I was kind of the only one who realized how broken Vamana was at the time, so I used it. And you saw what happened. And then it was nerfed right after the launch tournament. Which sucked for me. I liked playing it. They took it away.
Set up an ambush here. In my grasp. In my grasp.
Your middle tower
Let's see if
is
red is
under
up.
attack.
Oh, it's very soon.
Gank.
On my way.
That's so tragic.
Feel my strength.
There's no time for sympathy. Not here, not there. An ally has been slain. Quite outstanding. You have been slain.
Well, shouldn't have chased, I guess. Kind of on me. I thought my ult was gonna reach these in army. I guess it fucking did.
Enemies incoming.
Question is what I go for next. I feel like I need protection of some kind. So, I'll just do that. Yeah, early day things are for sure unbalanced. Like, it's the same thing with Smite 2 at the moment. Difference is people do know it. And they know how to use it too.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So, something like Hun Bots at the moment, Aladdin, a lot of shit is...
Your right tower is under attack.
A lot of shit's broken at the moment. People are still figuring out if the armor and the soul one... The thing is, Smite 2 has the things called aspects. I don't know if you heard about it, Winari, but... Aspects are basically specs, if you think about it in a WoW sense, where you can... You change something about the god that is generally like a trade-off, where you get something different, but you lose something else. So like on armor here, as I mentioned, I'm losing my heal on my one and get a steroid instead that gives me Fatalis effect. So, but I no longer heal, which is a pretty big deal, because armor's heal is insanely good. It's very, very good. It's one of the best things about her whole kit.
Stand together. To the mirror.
So not having the heal is kind of awkward at times, because you no longer have the big sustain and lane pressure that you would normally have with armor. But you're way better at boxing and
Completed.
Gold
stuff like that. Even though she's already pretty good at it. She is a good boxer, she's always been.
Enemies in the right
She's got a very good passive that gives her extra power for hitting stuff, so... I can't get over that I forgot to unmute though, or didn't know I was muted. I could have just looked at my OBS. Absolutely tragic.
I'll gank left lane. On my way. On my way.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Dude, he almost saved him with that impale.
A new sacred treasure.
Just let me use my 2, man. I was waiting. Then I missed because of the impale.
Your right tower is under attack.
I am chasing this.
Enemies in the left jungle. Be careful, be careful.
Be careful. On my way.
Slain an enemy. Why hello, subject.
I'll gank.
I think I'll just get tower for this. I was matching the dragon aspects, yeah. Yeah, aspects is it's a cool new addition to Smite 2. I think it's very cool. It just adds a lot more different types of like gameplay to the same gods. It's exactly what Smite 2 needed. Like give a new big mechanic that changes the way the game works. That's exactly what it needed. Now it warrants that second, the second part of the name. Smite 2 wasn't really a big deal before. It was like, why is it 2? Does it have anything new? Well, it didn't at the time. Now it does.
missing lift. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
I'll gank left lane. Enemy spotted.
Challenge me.
Yeah, I would still say I'm a pretty novice streamer when it comes to everything. So, like, sound controlling and all that nonsense is not really something that I've been doing a whole lot.
On my way.
Gank!
Yank.
Gank! An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Stand together. There's no right.
Behind us, killing spree.
Times that even death.
On my way.
Attack. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Okay, very good. I kind of wish they gave her a different aspect though. I feel like Amma has always been a good boxer, they just made her an even better boxer with this build. I would rather give them something where, like, a lot of people love using her as almost like a mage, building her full intelligence instead of strength. Where they could have done something more fun with that, I think. You can still do the intelligence build with her now though, and it's still pretty good. But I do think that's a more interesting aspect, personally. Like, now you're just gone and made her disgusting to deal with instead.
Be right back.
She already was, that's the problem. She's always incredibly difficult to deal with when she builds full attack speed.
Enemy ultimate down.
Challenge me. Enemies in right lane. Challenge me.
Enemy spotted. Killing spree.
Enemy
Maybe I
spotted.
just push, actually. I don't usually have super good pushes in solo. This time I can actually just fuck up the tower so fast, so I might as well stick around to see if I can get it.
Attack left tower.
Yes.
Enemies in right lane. Attack left lane.
Enemy ultimate down. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Red their flesh.
Yeah, I can't really fight her, she's just gonna jump away if I do anything, so... But if she backs, then sure.
Enemies
in
incoming.
sight.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Enemy ultimate down. Your right tower is under attack.
Didn't really want to have to ult. Now I did.
Ally has been slain. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate
Okay.
down.
Defend the Gold Fury.
Challenge me.
Best of luck. You're going to need it. Enemy missing. Forward the Gold Fury.
It's gonna back and rotate to my team.
On my way.
An enemy has been slain.
Bots is really not showing up in this game, it feels like. It's just good for us.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
They must have a ward.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Gank. You have slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Stand together.
Yeah, it could be interesting. So far, like, not every god has an aspect yet, so if they give the same god, like, a third aspect, it would definitely take a long time, I think. Unless they have a specific idea. Suppose we'll see.
Together.
Maybe once every god has an aspect, they're gonna start branching out a bit. But also, that would be a lot of stuff to balance. I feel like they shouldn't do more than one
On
aspect,
my way.
even though it could be really fun. Having
Your left
even
tower
more ways to
is
play
under
the same god, but sounds like a balancing nightmare.
attack. Attack. An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
The dragon is such a fucking asshole to deal with for me as Mama. Just do this too many fucking CCs.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Enemy incoming. Careful.
Destroyed the fire tower. An enemy has been slain.
Attack right lane.
Quite outstanding.
I feel like we're kind of lucky that we even got that.
Enemy tower.
Death's cradle.
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Okay. Shut down.
Enemies incoming.
Save yourself! Stand back. I can handle this.
Slightly awkward that we all just died there.
Stand together.
Attack the gold fury.
Yes.
Challenge me. Attack the gold fury. Challenge me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Items. Let's grab Mental Discord
Interesting
in
trinket.
case I get stunned and I get low. Maybe I can turn it or get away.
Tsunami beats. They're all here, all here.
On my way.
This is not good.
An ally has been slain.
Stand together. Attack middle lane.
Yes. Attack the fire giant.
Best of luck. You're going to need it.
Gaze into the mirror. Stand together.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Challenge me.
Be careful, right.
Yank. Stand together. The mirror. On my way. Stand together.
That's so tragic how low he is.
An enemy has been slain.
I'll just join a Phoenix if they let me.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Attack the Titan.
On my way. Enemies in middle lane.
An enemy has been
Attack
slain.
the fire giant. Attack right lane.
Attack right lane.
Attack the Titan! Oh, I do tire of your trouble.
Okay.
Okay.
Attack.
There's no time to
close.
Feast on their bones and drink their blood.
Victory.
A little too close for comfort. Me being usually the safe caller type person, I would have just said go for the right Phoenix and then go back and do fire. But this works. I feel like I keep seeing new names above me. I do not know who anyone is. Where am I anymore? If it's new players, great. Or returning players, I should say, but it also worries me a little bit when I don't recognize a name that has higher elo than me. Just because, for the most part in Smite 2, that hasn't been a good sign. I don't like that we banned Izanami.
Select your god.
Let's get this guy Cupid. It's been a while since I've done a bit of bots, but it's always good. I'm curious. I had music on in the beginning. Does the music get picked up? It does. Okay, so it hasn't been fully quiet in the beginning of this stream. There has been a little bit of music, because I had music on in the beginning until I realized my mic was off. Or I guess until Winari told me it was off. Then I had to mute it and figure shit out. Realistically, I'm usually not much of a music person when I play games, though. Especially in a game like Smite, where I sometimes need to listen. Like, if I don't hear a Thor or whatever going to the sky, or I don't know, Loki stealthing or some shit like that, I'm just gonna get annoyed. I'm like, fucking hell, man. I could have heard that if I didn't have music. Let's do Bluestone, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I just do Boombas. I'll do Boombas. What am I against? Bologna. Okay. That does mean I won't have clear early. And potentially she's gonna proxy. So I gotta keep an eye out.
Follow me.
Minions have spawned.
Pretty sure he's gonna take my smalls. Hit level 2 much faster. Yeah. Okay.
Your right tower is under attack. I will ward. Enemies incoming. Your right tower is under attack.
How is there jungler here, man? Fucking hell.
No problem.
Well, this sucks. Lots is quite mana hungry, so this is a bit tragic. Just gotta sit back and farm a bit now. Guess I should have just started on my... Actually, yeah, I forgot. Dude, I'm not just starting on this. I should have started on buff. I did not realize in time. Well, that's kind of really silly of me. I should never have lost blue. And he's just zoning.
No problem.
I lost 3 creeps. 4 creeps. This fucking Minotaurs do way too much damage to creeps, I feel like.
Break your mouth.
I am so far behind in this lane because of that blue buff steal.
First blood. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Ultimate is ready.
That's fine though. When it comes to team fight presence and stuff like that, I'll still be alright. Compared to Bologna, at least.
Retreat! Defend! Attack! An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Attack!
I mean, I called it for a reason. I don't know what the fuck is what Thor is.
An enemy has been slain.
That's so fucking tragic. I really regret going Bumbas now because it has not worked out, and Bumbas is just so much worse than any of the others if you're not really using the jungle camp nonsense.
Has been slain.
Dying for that is so bad, and I didn't even get the buff.
Under attack.
It's just not shaping up very well.
Monkey attack. Monkey attack. I'll attack right lane. Your right tower is under attack. Cancel that.
Not really. I don't know why she's not higher level though. Like, how, after everything she's gotten, how am I still same level? She's gotta be close to 8. Yeah, okay, there it is. So she's about half a level ahead of, well, I mean, like a full level ahead of me after she gets that wave.
Gank right lane. Yeah.
Okay.
Quiet. Gank. Gank. Attack monkey.
Stop that!
Are we kidding me, boys? What the fuck? What the fuck is that, man? I made her ult for a reason, and we're not gonna wait for that? Are you kidding me?
No problem.
Dude, no! There's no way she just gets to do that. She doesn't even have blink. She had no way out after she ulted. Do your fucking wave. Get up my ass. I'm just gonna back, otherwise I'm losing blue again.
An ally has been slain. Nice, no problem. On my way. Monkey attack. Okay.
Break your mouth!
I don't really know what she's leveling. It's gotta be the one.
Attack monkey. Fury. Go monkey, go. Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Left lane.
Gank left lane!
Attack.
I might need to make sure she's not TPing here, if they're gonna fight in left.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy missing right. Attack.
careful, enemy missing right.
Be careful left. Yes.
Do not know where Bellona is now. I'm so tired of this jungle difference in every game I have recently. Their jungler is always here, and my jungler is running around doing fuck all. This is definitely one of the reasons why I tend to just pick something that always has really good clear. Bots' clear is so terrible with me having Bumbus.
Killing spree. An ally has been slain. Shut down. Good game. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Once again, though, I do not know why she doesn't have a bigger lead. No, Vamana's not here yet. It's probably still gonna be a long time. He's not one of the next three. We have Artemis. We have 3 A's coming next. Artemis, who else? I already forgot. 3 I essentially don't care about. Achilles is another one.
Be careful on my way. Gang.
This fucking clear is so fucking ass with Bumbas, man.
Okay. Gank. Attack. Gank. An enemy has been slain.
And their buffs are just so out of sync. Nothing for me to take while she's doing the wave.
Incoming! Enemy missing right. Completed.
Enemy missing. Be careful middle. Be careful middle. Okay. Attack! Attack!
On my way.
Please. An ally has been slain.
Oh, shut the fuck up. You should have killed Rama instantly there.
Oh, I would just shouldn't have used. I would have died.
Okay, this Thorn bats are trolling so fucking hard, man.
Trolling? Actually, it's not even worth it. Yeah, let's just do Hydras.
Has been slain. Ward left, ward left, ward left, ward left. Attack!
Dude, the team is falling apart. Everyone's tilting. Untilt, team.
Killing spree. The enemy team has destroyed.
Just stop dying, Cupid solo. You can solo it every time. Just play safe, bro.
Oh, he sounds Danish too. Oh shit. Classic. Those Danes, they're crazy. Well, Bellona's dead. Now's my chance to try and catch up a bit.
I'll attack. On my way. Retreat.
Poseidon 1 HP. Come on, dude. Okay.
Untilt, team. It's fine.
Double kill.
It's not fine, it looks pretty dead.
Double kill. Rampage. Your
Insane
middle
soul.
tower is
Insane,
under
bro.
attack. Triple kill. Enemy missing right.
You got soloed by push many times, even after the start we got. We got an insane start and you still get soloed.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
That's what soloed means. That's exactly what it means.
Could be sweet. He sounds aggressively Danish to me. But roll is a Sobek. Sobek is well, Sobek is a
can do
tank.
Naga, I
but,
guess, after
the
wave.
guy playing Sobek is playing support. Sobek is just a tank, either solo or support mostly.
Your right tower is under attack.
No dash on Rama, no dash on Rama.
Your left tower is under attack.
We should be able to kill.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower has
That's her ult. Beats.
on my way. Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
This team is so tilted, it's crazy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I did love the button, okay.
No ult on Rama, I guess. I need to back, so need to back.
An ally has been slain.
What the fuck, dude?
Your left tower is under
back.
attack.
At this point, I think I'll just build actual power, because otherwise I don't think I can do anything this game.
Okay. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Go, monkey, go! An ally has been slain. Attack! Your right tower is under attack.
Well,
Double kill.
yeah, I think it's over, boys.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your
I
right
don't think
tower
Thor
has
is
been
supposed to be in this game if I had to guess. This dude seems confused. There's no way Bologna doesn't die there, man.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. Unstoppable. Your right right phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Go, monkey, go! Double kill. Killing spree. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
What's that monkey ability? Yeah, my 3 throws a monkey, and I can TP to where the monkey lands. That's basically it. You can see that like the red line. That's where the last hit is a place I can TP to for a few seconds. Why he throws a monkey is a good question. I do not know. It's an old design. Like this used to be Sun Wukong. Then they changed it to Hun Bat to make an actual more lore accurate Sun Wukong. That's cooked. We just don't have any pressure anywhere, so it doesn't matter what we do. Unfortunate. They leached fire too.
Huge skill, actually.
That's actually really big for us.
Now get XP. Just farm, Thor. Just farm.
Defend, defend, defend. Be careful. Be careful. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
What are you calling you rock to? Like, are you fucking brain dead, Cupid, or what? Fucking retard, man.
Under attack.
Whoa, I'm streaming. You can't say that here, man.
Yeah, but seriously, dude, this is insane.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Which one is this, Naughty? Oh, that guy, Kenzo? Is he a cheater? He sure doesn't play like I can tell you that much. Walling? Interesting. Yeah, sure. I'll do it.
Your left tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your left tower has been destroyed. The Pyromancer has arrived.
I'm only going in if they actually push. Like, otherwise this ain't happening.
Ramas. Oh shit.
Be careful. Be careful. No problem. Dink. Attack. Attack. Shut down. Killing spree. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Shut down. Your right phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your right phoenix is under attack.
Just kill them. Just go for them. We are gonna wipe the whole team. Just go. Cupid, if you came to me, I got nice.
I mean, he's hitting every shot he feels like too. He might be some aiming as well. I'm not really sure.
Guess we just do tier 1 and then do Pyro, right?
Yeah, they can do that without me. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. Like when I die, I'll take a look. Like, while I do want to trust you as well, I don't like reporting people without having any reason myself. So I'll keep an eye on him. If I die, I'll swap to his point of view. If I don't know it by the end of the game, I will just report, just in case I trust you. But I don't really like just reporting without having any evidence or seeing it myself.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Gank.
Oh my god, what are these stunts? Don't know where the fuck she went. Oh, didn't see the armor.
Defeat.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably hit him. Let's see. Yeah, you still can. I'll just throw one their way. This was tragic. Like, bots is a fun god, but I mean, I wasn't able to play the game because of Amma taking all my blue buffs. And after that, dealing with Bologna as bots is not going to be fun if she builds full tank, and I'm just not going to be able to do anything against it. She didn't even really build full tank, to be honest. I just felt so far behind. I couldn't really deal with it. It was more of an XP problem than anything else. Back to mages. I could have played fucking anything else and it would have been better here. The one thing I did fuck up on though was that I went Bombos and I didn't start on blue. Because I actually could have prevented all that stuff. I just forgot, and that's on me. I'll take the blame for that. Whatever. You live and you learn. I'll just ban bots. I can't be able to deal with it, and I really do not want to play it. I have not enjoyed playing bots lately. It just doesn't feel fun coming from solo. Okay, we're not banning stuff. Do I ban Herc or Amma? I'll ban Amma. Fuck it. I think a Herc at least requires a little bit of good sense in terms of positioning.
Select your god.
I'll do some Aphrodite. Might not be easy to carry with, but depends on what I'm against, I guess. I really did just... Today has been rough in terms of junglers sitting on my blue buff. On some gods, I don't really need it, but it's mostly losing the XP early on. Is Nefertiti a very support-oriented character in my one? She is, yeah. And she still is. She's the best support in the game at the moment. She's usually banned. That's also why I first picked it. I either ban it or first pick it because I refuse to deal with it. It's absolutely... It's my least favorite god in the game to deal with. Probably still. But she can solo. With some new additions to her kit. Like when you ult, her 3 gets reset, so one of her... Like her main damaging ability gets reset when she ults, which helps her a lot as a damage dealer. So I actually enjoy it a bit more, but I still don't like it that much. But sometimes I kind of feel like playing it. So here we are. Looks like I'm against Sopic though, which is going to be the most boring lane in existence. I can't wait. It's going to be really boring. There's also an item called Lifebinder at the moment, Winari, that helps, especially mages, I feel like. Especially mages be potential frontlines, because it is an active item, or basically an extra ability you get that heals you and gives you a shield. And it also does a bit of damage. So it helps the ones that don't even have heals too. You can't just do it on anyone necessarily, but it is an item that is very powerful. Gives very good base stats, has a very good ability tied to it. Yeah, your mojo was broken for quite a while. I'll tell you, Winari. Looks like it's the same Sobek from last game. The aggressively Danish guy. Let's see how good he is, now that I'm face to face with him. Yeah, this one. Like 350 health regen and int is just super good, on top of giving you an extra ability. Yeah, right now, Medjamoja is not that good. She was broken, like legitimately broken for a while. Because they gave her too, like the heal that you throw out, they gave it a shield. So whoever you healed, they also got a shield. That just didn't make any sense. Can you save me from this queue? Yeah, sure, Vexel. We can do 1 or 2. I don't know how long I'll be playing. We can definitely do a queue. Like so far, I am indifferent. I am 2-2 today, and I don't think I've had a single satisfying game. Not really. I had one, I guess. I did have a good Amma game, but all I really do that game is press left click, you know. Today has been so weird that I decided to play Aphrodite. That should tell anyone who knows me that it's been a weird day.
Minions have spawned.
Where about you now? I'm good. I'm actually in a really good mood today. I'm doing great. But it has been a very strange rank day. I can tell you that much. I mean, this is best case scenario for me too. He came to slap me a few times and he gets absolutely nothing out of that. So, doesn't have Sunder, dude. That blue buff is gonna take him a while to kill.
An ally
That's good for
has
me.
been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
I don't think I saw him on the map. Did he lose the whole wave? Nah, okay, he didn't.
Enemy missing left.
Okay. Weird.
Your middle
I'm not sure if he
tower
was just
is
trying
under
to blow my
attack.
ult, but I'm not gonna ult that. It's not gonna kill.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my.
That's also his blink, so
Close. Come, my doves.
can't finish it yet. I'm sticking around.
Enemy missing left.
Come, my doves. Back off.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
Duo is getting completely clapped though.
An enemy has been slain.
I
Your
don't
left
like seeing
tower
it,
is under attack.
but it does happen.
Oh my gods. Love it.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
I see him is in blue. Yes. Okay.
Cancel that. Back off.
An ally has been slain.
Go with Lifebinder as well.
My doves. Back off.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This is definitely going to be one of those matches where I'm just going to try and focus on farm. Because absolutely fucking nothing is going to happen here unless a gank shows up.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
Oh, my long cooldowns. I'm gonna go Chrono Spend in second. Absolutely screw these cooldowns.
Back off. Come, my dogs.
An ally has been slain.
Back off.
Double kill.
Get away.
Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
He's so focused on me. I'm starting to get used to how he plays, because he just wastes abilities on me and then doesn't do it on the wave, and he's just stuck having to do the wave for the rest of his life. Because Sobek has terrible cooldowns and low damage as well.
Back off.
An ally has been slain.
Okay.
Enemies incoming from. Back off.
He's not chasing that? Mr. Herc.
Ultimate is ready.
An enemy has been slain.
My domain. Settle this with style. My style. It's well out for you. Nowhere to run.
Birds, no! Herc, get the fuck out.
The pyro has arrived.
Judgment is my domain. Oh my God.
You have slain an enemy.
Fix this mess.
Not as soft as it looks.
I need to fucking back.
Be right back.
Let's get my items. That is indeed a so far pretty heavily damaging Umoja. It's insane how much damage she can do still. Like right now, Wanara, you're also looking at one of the best Umojas in EU. So Vexel knows how to play this god.
An enemy has been slain.
He does it quite well.
Back off. Missing. Back off. Hello. Enemies incoming left. Retreat. Retreat.
An ally has been slain.
sight of my beauty.
An ally has been slain.
I feel like I don't have a single person on my team who's doing well right now. It's looking kind of tragic.
Get away. Come, my doves.
But that's kind of been today. If my team is bad,
Tower is under
then I'm doing really well. And if I'm doing really well... Actually, no, the other way around. If I'm doing really bad, then my team is carrying my ass. So far, that's been the case. Guess I should have fed my ass off this game.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And who was that again?
An ally has been slain.
Whoa. Oh, sorry.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has
I do have a
been destroyed.
gigantic lead, though. No, he got pulled.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I don't know how we could possibly win this, to be honest. Benray is not doing it. My mid is probably struggling. I could imagine mid is maybe struggling because jungle and support might not be there as much. This literally happened to me last game, so I can relate to that. I mean, Herc is also getting really stomped on by this Nemesis, who has the aspect as well. And he left. Oh no, man! Mental is in the shitter. Hello, Goblin Yeet. Welcome. I don't know. We're not even that far behind, too. We're only 2k behind, which is actually fucking nothing. Maybe he DC'd. I guess I can't really just expect him to. Okay. Just not kill him.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Retreat.
I mean, I'm just fucking telling this dude to go back, and he's not fucking going back, and then I'm getting punished for it? I should have just gotten out, I guess. Let's just get out. He's just trolling at this point, too. Who do you think top 5 guards on solo ranked? Just surrender, boys. It's over. Let's see. Hades, definitely. I think Amma with the new aspect is insanely good. A good Hercules can be really scary too. It's kind of hard to put a specific top 5, but like I feel there's a lot of pretty good solos at the moment. Like Aphrodite is decent. I think she's not as great of a solo specifically. It's just that she's, in general, like very, very good if you get into team fighting and stuff like that. She's more of something you would pick for just surviving the lane and then helping later. You used to vibe me, Vexel. I think there's just a lot of good solos. It's hard to pick a few. Like Chalk is also very good in ranked. Abats is obviously a good solo, just good in general. I think Mordred is good for ranked in general. He's kind of bad late game though. Like Ra is also good, so I think it's just a lot. It's a lot of good solos. The best, if I had to choose 3 at least, it would be Hades, Morrigan, and Chuck, I think, for ranked. Because not only are they the easiest to pull off, I think, maybe not Morrigan as much, but Hades and Chuck are just generally really easy. Big circles, a lot of poke. Yeah, they're just the all-around best gods. They have good laning phases, good team fighting, high damage. I think Bologna is good too. I did say top 3, like Amma is also very... I need to decide on Amma. I haven't dealt with a good Amma with the aspect myself in lane with a god that is actually good. I admitted it once and I was playing something weird. I forgot what it was, but I wasn't able to fight back, but that was not because of the Amma, it was because of what I was playing. I would like to see how it does into something like Hades, for example. Have you played any Amma? Yes, I played Amma earlier today with the aspect. I'm just not a big Amma player in general. I'm not a huge fan of her, but she is quite strong at the moment. It went pretty well too. It was this one. So I killed my opponent a few times, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. Even though he had 0 chance of ever fighting me, he was still top damage in this whole game. Chalk just does so much damage, and it's so easy to do. He has a lot of poke. Especially if you're running the aspect, which he did as well in this game. That makes the rain do damage instead of healing. Do you think Sol solo is any good now? No, not really. Not against like a good player, but I do think Sol is pretty decently good with the aspect. I think she's got a lot of potential. But Sol has the usual problem. It does not matter how good she is against a good player. She's just so easy to kill. She's very easy just to go on and kill. That's her main issue. But I do think she is in the best spot she's ever been in Smite 2, currently with the aspect. So Mage Sol is pretty good. But for solo, I don't think so. Her early game is too weak. If she's against pretty much anything, like she's just gonna lose lane. And losing lane right now in solo is gonna feel really bad because you're losing all your backcams, like potentially your blue buff, all of that stuff, and you're just gonna it's just gonna snowball out of control. And it's gonna be very unfun. But again, that is from the mindset of someone who usually deals with quite good players. Or like what I would do. I wouldn't be scared of playing into a Sol if I have like a good pick. Earlier you said good Herc is scary. One of the best solo laners. What do you think makes a good Herc player right now? I mean, a lot of it is positioning, because Hercules has... His main damaging ability is also his escape ability, being his 1. So you gotta use that at the right time to make sure you're not also dying for it. A lot of Hercules comes down to... I do think he's a better jungler, but I do think he's a decent solo if you can really pull it off. He also has some really rough matchups. I think Hades is going to struggle quite badly into something like Hades. He's also going to struggle into something like Anubis, who you see sometimes. Anubis is quite good in solo for ranked as well. It's actually a shout out as well. But yeah, it's a good Hercules definitely depends on positioning mostly, I think. Because he's pretty easy just to shut down and kill. It's also just how well you are at hitting the 2 and the 1 combo. That's kind of the whole thing that makes him most useful. Granted, the 2 is very good at the moment. It is what makes Hercules really good, is how easy the 2 is to hit. It's much easier to do in Smite 2 than it was in Smite 1. It's got a pretty wide hitbox. A smaller thing that also makes a good Herc is how well you can control the passive. The passive that makes you big and just generally makes you a lot more tanky and more powerful. Can be a bit annoying to try and keep up, but if you keep it up, then you're just going to be much harder to deal with. But that requires cooldown, so there is that. I can't really speed for junglers as much. I don't think the passive matters as much if you're running around in jungle. But for solo, I think it's great because it gives you the cleaving auto attacks, and that just helps you just clear the wave easier and box better. So you can just keep that pressure up. Solo is so much about just having pressure and then stealing all their shit, like their backcams and their blue buff. You don't even need to kill your opponent in solo right now to get fed. You just gotta take everything if you get pressure. Having fast clear is very important for solo right now. So like Hercules would probably need Bumpus, because otherwise his clear is gonna be terrible. It's either Bumpus or like maybe Bluestone for laning phase. I like Warrior's Axe specifically, but Warrior's Axe is terrible for early clear. So sometimes I get pressured when I do that. As a result. Some variety will be good for this. Get out of soul in a bit. I need to be careful against Fenrir here. Early game, I need to survive early game in this one, and not do anything else. If it's bad, I need to go breastplate.
Kukulkan.
Rama. I'm always afraid when people pick Rama now, because I don't think he's good. He's so bad. I would trust Rama in the hands of someone that I know. But right now, Rama is so bad. On top of that, they have the famous Gabu Fenrir into it. I need beads, man. Oh.
Some other time.
I think that this game will depend fully on how well Gabu does on Fenrir.
Spectacular. Minions have spawned. Yes. Excellent work.
Tragic.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right. Missing right. Careful in the jungle.
You are irreplaceable.
An ally has been slain.
Helps me a lot getting first blood, even though I think it should obviously usually go to the jungler. If I can. I didn't even think I was gonna kill, but I think he hit an auto same time as I hit my one, and I just stopped getting the last hit.
Good game. Be careful, right. Enemy missing middle.
Attack right lane.
Enemy missing left.
Okay. Good game.
An ally has been slain.
Slow down. Slow down.
Gank middle lane is down.
Be careful.
An ally has been slain.
Just fucked, man. Tragic. Damn, I thought it would be gonna be so good too. He just fucking blinked. I mean, it's very good he has blink, but I didn't expect him to have blink. I need to get better just looking at what active people have.
Nice job. Nobbling rat.
Ultimate is down.
Thank God he hit it.
Enemy missing.
I'm whiffing too many of my nados in this one. But yeah, right there is what's gonna happen. Like, no, whether he has blink up or not, that will happen if Cupid all hits, because it cripples. You can't cripple when you're blinked. Wait, you can't blink when you're crippled.
Killing spree.
Completed. Enemy missing middle.
The 3-man splitting is not good here though. Like, I'm already behind in XP because of it. Like, I'm still behind rather. He's still 7. I really don't want to have to like split too many of these waves.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy
Even
missing.
Ymir is 7. But yeah, he's also fed, so.
Your right tower is under attack. You have slain an enemy. Your left tower is under attack.
Attack middle tower! Help!
Your left tower is under attack.
Serpent swiftness.
Your right tower is under attack.
When do these things spawn? The rocks. I assume they always spawn. I'm guessing just someone took them.
Be careful!
An ally has been slain.
Aw, that wall. We still got Ephra ult up. We could have just chased.
Slow down.
Your right tower is under attack.
What am I doing?
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll do Gem of Focus.
Enemy missing middle. Cancel that.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Killing spree. Be careful. Enemy missing left. Enemy missing left.
Glad I got my TP. TP? My cooldown rate. What the fuck did I say TP? Thought I got some cooldown in
Your right tower
early.
is under
Otherwise, I don't
attack.
think that would have went as well as it did. Hello, Jordan. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well on this day.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Retreat! Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Retreat!
Slow down.
know.
Hey, Chopsy, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. You're too kind.
Missing left.
Double kill.
Missing left. Be careful middle.
Attack the gold fury.
Lost a
I'll
tail
attack.
feather. Serpent swiftness.
Attack the gold fury.
Yes.
Enemy spotted.
Behind us. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Killing spree.
No problem.
Killing spree.
52 months. You're crazy. Don't think anyone is anywhere near your months in my subs. I think you're more than likely by far my longest sub.
Attack.
How did my NATO not hit that?
Enemy missing.
Absolutely robbed.
Bye.
An ally has been slain.
Enemies incoming.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower. An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Double kill.
Oh, Aphrodite. Where have you been all my life? Don't even need beats this game.
An ally has been slain.
Ultimate down.
Enemies incoming.
Enemies
Ambush
incoming.
here. Set up an ambush.
Enemy spotted.
An enemy has been slain.
This fucking Ymir's building attack speed. Why is he slapping me so fast?
An ally has been slain.
Ow.
Your left tower is under attack.
No problem.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies incoming middle.
I'm missing everything.
Unstoppable. Double kill.
I'm missing everything, but
Has been destroyed.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Attack the Gold Fury!
the Afro Kiss is making sure that I'm not missing. Your biggest fan? It warms my old saggy heart.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Enemy spotted.
Attack!
Enemies have returned right. Enemy ultimate.
I got it, boys.
Killing spree.
Enemy spotted.
Be right back.
Same speed buff.
Thank you. Enemy missing. Enemies have returned right.
Bit of a stupid chase, but like killing Fenrir is the biggest thing we can do. I don't think I'm dying if Fenrir dies. Then I really need to screw up.
Slain an enemy. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Destroyed a right enemy tower. Immortal.
Tragic.
An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under
No, ow. Damage. It hurts.
Retreat!
Your left tower is under attack.
No
poked Titan pretty well, but we're pushing it a bit.
Attack the Gold Fury.
2 Phoenixes will be enough for now. Let's get 2 more blast. The score might say otherwise, but I am only this fed because of Vexel sitting on my ass without Aphrodite. I would be nothing by myself. Just a snake. I would be actual noodles compared to this Fenrir.
Attack left lane.
Yes.
Be careful, middle.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Be careful, be careful, be careful. Be careful.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Ow.
An enemy has been slain. Rampage! An ally has been slain.
The Titan.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Oh, down.
Victory.
The power of Aphrodite, pretty much. People care too much about this stuff. It's a game, man. Go next. It's always someone else's fault. I don't believe it. It's not mine. If it wasn't for this thing, I would have killed all of you. In game, of course. I'm mostly joking. I mean, sometimes it definitely is someone else that comes and ruins your day, but you know, can't always be the case, you know? Can always be the case. It literally happened for me in the last game I played where I was playing bots. Their jungler did a lot more than my jungler, and that resulted in me falling very far behind. But I still did some really bad shit that game. Yeah, I think no matter what, like I think we would have won this just because we had Aphrodite and someone who knew how to play her. I was practically untouchable by their comp. The only one who could ever kill me was Finra, but because we have Aphrodite, that ain't happening. So no one's gonna kill me now. And then if I live, then I'm pretty sure everyone else dies. Same thing with you. Like whoever is linked to Aphrodite just ain't dying. Vex will know what he's doing with Aphrodite, so. Not really much they could have done. They didn't really have a good combat dealing with Aphrodite either. Like they essentially had like because they had Raw solo. Like unless he gets a really good snipe, there's no way that our backline is dying if they have an Ampho Link. It would be different if they had like another diver, like Ama or Herc or whatever, with the Fenrir. Then there is a chance. But because Ra is just sitting in the back with Vulcan, it just isn't realistic for them to win a team fight like that. If we play it well. I've never seen this Neath before though. Like he's definitely not bad. He was in one of my earlier games too, but I don't recognize the name. I don't really know. Have I made any progress today? Like 20. I've lost and won 3 games today, but I guess I won a bit more SR than I've lost. I would have liked to been promoted today. That was the goal, but I don't think it's happening. Not anymore. Yeah, I really do wish. I really do wish that I was first pick. I do not know what to pick. What? No, they banned it. I picked it. What happened? I actually don't know what they. I think this is a glitch. So I don't know what they picked here. For some reason, that glitch is a thing. Now I will never know what they picked.
Select
Can I
your
tell here? Nua, I guess. What am I picking? I haven't done Morgan in a while. I'll do Morgan. Nua is the only other non-pickable god here, so I imagine it's Nua at least. Yeah, it's Nua. It's actually a great Morgan game then. I get Nua as well as bots, some ammo. I'll take it. Athena would be good too if I need to rotate. Ugh. I hate their comp.
We are the Morgan.
They have such a try-hard comp. It's actually crazy. Nua Uller, Hades, Fenrir. Kabrakan isn't there try-hard, I guess. I still think he's pretty good though, I'm not gonna lie. I think the buffs did some pretty good stuff for him. I mean, I hope against Hades, to be honest, rather than Kraken. I hate that. That'd be pretty bad matchup for me.
Hello there.
Blessings upon you.
I also want to try Sands. I haven't done Sands in a pretty long time at this point. On Mori. I also haven't played her much this patch after some items were buffed. Let's see how she does.
Have fun. Good luck.
Thanks.
Celebrate
Make the most
this
out of what time you
bloodshed.
have left. If you studied hard, you won't need luck.
It is, in fact, Hades solo. Okay.
Be careful, right?
I will be strong.
I'm pretty sure he used the pot. Brother, you could have backed. Not lose anything. It did take me by surprise that he was there. This does mean I might not be able to proxy though. That's okay. I should still get the loop clear pretty easily.
Minions have spawned.
It's also a Fenrir. I'm not sure I want to risk going for the waves.
Okay.
Well, never mind, I guess. Guess we're doing blue. Dutch, good to see you. How are you doing?
I will be Make the most out of what time you have left.
Shalom.
I'll take the trade, man. This is not good for you. My dude, my passive support's hitting your face. Yours doesn't. Still don't think I can invade though. I saw Fenrir going in.
An ally has been slain.
So he's in the right side. Yeah, I'll just stay safe. I don't have any more pots either.
Gank.
Enemy missing right.
Enemies in the left
That's
jungle.
too bad.
Enemy spotted.
Enemies
Retreat.
incoming.
Bye.
Enemy missing middle. Cancel that. Submit.
I missed my auto. Let's go two. Yeah.
Slain an enemy.
Wasn't sure if I was gonna do enough damage, as New Wall does quite literally negative damage this early.
Okay. Your left tower is under attack.
I'll TP left.
Let's do an early Chronos Pendant. I want to get some cooldown sooner rather than later. I'm gonna be pretty low on power early, but
Has been slain.
That is very nice.
Be careful.
yeah, you get everything, Moax. You literally become a copy of them. So if they have Fire Giant or they have Dagger as well, you also get Fire Giant and Dagger. You are literally a copy of whatever you turn into in Smite 2. No restrictions. That also means
Sorry, I'm late.
if you have Dagger on you, like just as Morrigan, you won't permanently lose it, but like you don't have it if you turn into someone else who doesn't have it. So it goes both ways.
Chase the enemy. Enemy ultimate down. Be careful, middle.
An enemy has been slain.
Very nice.
Enemy ultimate down.
I need to just chill until my ult's back up. Bit too easy for Hades to kill without my ult.
An ally has been slain.
Missing. To me.
Just an ult trade, I guess. Could have beatsed, but just such a much longer cooldown. Guess not back.
Enemy missing left.
That was a bad ult. Who should I turn into anyway at this point? Probably Fenrir.
Chase the enemy.
I haven't really given it much thought.
Completed.
Hades won't really do much early. Yeah, Fenrir is the best one.
An enemy has been slain.
That is very nice.
Help.
Enemy missing right.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
It's all good. It's all good.
It's nothing.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
Where did the Underworld man go? Did he take my shit? Surely not. It would oh. Okay.
You will
That was actually a really good blink from him. Didn't expect he would do that.
You've impressed me.
I also fucked up. I should have bit someone on the way back rather than go back in. Hades, ult, cap, there we go. I don't think cap guard
Cabra?
does anything.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
Rama getting smacked. Dude, every time.
Hades, careful.
He shouldn't have an ult for a little bit.
Okay.
Your left tower is under attack.
Chase the enemy!
An enemy has been slain.
No! I don't fucking believe it, man. I don't believe it!
And the bush, someone? Yeah. Come in mid.
I did. I tried. I was mid canceling the ult. I literally was mid canceling when I died. I didn't see the new ult in time, and I was like, oh shit. And then I didn't actually get off in time. I died as I was getting smaller in the ult.
I'll TP him too low.
There was so much happening that I didn't realize new ult was happening.
Bye.
Ah, that's so tragic.
Be careful, middle.
Too many outside forces hits like playing into these lanes. Hades getting babysit by random meteors. I did get blue at least, that's something. Let's see if I lose it.
Tower is under attack. An enemy has
Lost
Rama, why did you go mid? Fucking hell.
Excuse me? It's up again? What is he building? What the fuck?
Your right tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived.
Nani? Dude, my ult still has 80s. Well, never mind, I just used it. You know what? Never mind. My ult was up too. Huh.
Your
Okay.
right tower is under attack.
I need to be careful now. Hades is starting to be aggressive. I shouldn't fight him unless I can poke him
Also,
first.
all are blank.
Gank left lane.
Okay. Enemy missing right.
Did I see something? Yeah, I did. Fucking do it.
Just going for the red, I think. Nope.
Next time, it will go better.
Fucking new wall too, man. Okay, this is getting annoying now.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle.
Enemies in left lane.
Cabra's here as well, careful.
I'm gonna keep missing my one. My two, it's not good.
They're still here.
An ally has been slain.
Just stay safe. Can't share XP too much.
Your right tower is under attack.
Huh?
An enemy has been slain.
No, dude! My kill! It was taken! I've been robbed!
I think the game's trolling you, Mori. How did Archer get the kill?
I've been trolled. Not even an assist. Hyris, if I lose this game, I will blame you.
An ally has been slain.
It's level 14. Can't do shit against level 14 Uller. 15 now.
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't believe you, Dutch.
Coming right.
Attack! Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies incoming left.
Shut down.
Thank you.
Hello there. One day you will find a way.
Cancel that.
About time.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Attack the gold fury.
Hades is not getting this kill. Dude. I gotta just stay the fuck away from him when I don't have
I'm
my
dead,
ult.
I'm dead, it's fine.
I actually
Go.
cannot do anything. I do have beats up, but I wouldn't have died no matter what there. I can't get away from him. And my ult is such a long combo.
Triple kill.
This new ult is being such a pain in my ass.
Your middle tower is under
I'm not even sure what to really turn into when he just ults me.
under attack. Your left tower.
Maybe I just go Hades as well. I just gotta make sure he's lower than me, because then I should win the trade no matter what.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Okay.
Uller isn't right.
Insolent rats.
I'll have to roam then.
There's a lot of people on the right side the whole game. I kinda need some help at some point. I just need one other person here. We can do so much better.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Okay. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies at the fire giant.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
It's tragic.
I just need to farm, so under-farmed right now.
Yeah.
He was still fucking here somewhere. Fuck me, man. It's fucking hunting him. He's just so fed, man. Fuck. I can't believe I couldn't find him. Where the fuck was he? I was looking for so long. Well, I thought I looked everywhere, but it's fine. I just need to scale. I'll be alright once I have full items. I can start looking for assassinations and stuff, but right now it's tough because everyone's just higher level. Damn, it's a lot of damage.
The heat bears down upon you.
Capri's coming. Hades is coming from solo.
An ally has been slain.
Finally, interesting.
Double kill.
Enemies at the fire giant.
On my way.
The Pyromancer has
Attack.
arrived.
What are you waiting for?
Okay.
Get in there. Just stop them. We don't want to contest this.
Retreat.
It's fine. We're just wasting their time at this point. We need farm. Where's Raw here?
Has been slain.
Oh, huge.
Fury.
Insolent rats.
Help.
Yes. I'll attack.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Ward the fire giant.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has
Attack,
been
attack.
destroyed.
Enemy missing right.
There's a lot of people coming from behind.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
I just died for that. Oh, can we stop fighting without me though? It's getting really tiring. Because every time we fight, it's just people just fucking die.
Group up, please.
Whatever's happening, we're spending a lot of stuff on a single kill, and then we all die after that. It just feels like every single time. I have made the mistake this game of just always like trying to fight with my ult down. I shouldn't. I need to fucking stop doing that, and I wasted my beats in the process. It's getting tragic.
Enemy spotted. Gank.
How would you gank him? You don't know where the rest are. Stop.
Okay. Falling back.
I need to finish my starter. buy a full new item, which I'm still not really sure what I should get yet. Probably just Soul Reaver for poke purposes. Either that, or actually no, maybe get the Spear of Deso.
Be careful left. Retrieve it!
Your left tower is under
I'm not really sure how we fight into their comp. Nuwa isn't here though.
Enemies in right lane.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Defend! Enemies in right lane.
I'll defend right lane.
Your right
Attack
tower
middle lane.
is under attack.
Okay. I'll defend left lane.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, they waste a dagger. He's just doing that while tanking the tower, while they have minions inside of it, so...
An enemy has been slain.
Huge. No, the heal wasn't enough, man. This fucking Nuwa bullshit. It's killed me so many times this game. I'm so tired of Nuwa in this fucking game.
Go back.
Oh, man. Fucking Soul Reaper. That was such a good fight too. But then it ended up being like a 2 for 3 instead. Still great for us, obviously, but... I shouldn't have died. Honestly, I should have gone just Aegis this game. It would have helped me so much more than Beats. I've barely ever needed to Beats. Could have fucking used Aegis so many times. But I mean, that's kind of just because Fenrir isn't like looking to ult me or anything. I knew I will only become a bigger problem going into late game, but it's also good for us, I guess. I just don't like her build. She doesn't have a whole lot of power. Turning into her feels like it's
Enemy team has
bad,
destroyed the gold
because it
fjord.
could be so much better.
And have fun.
You have slain an enemy.
Unfortunate. Oh man! I need to stop! I keep saying it! Why do I keep trying to save people?
Killing spree.
Okay.
Let me type.
By the cover of night. To me, little foes.
I'm gonna start playing selfishly. I have decided. It's time. No more helping teammates. I will only help them if I think I should. Or if I need to, I should say. Dude, Rise dead as well. We have Vision on fire. I don't know why he's walking up there. He has 11 deaths, so not really surprised that he died.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Defend. Group up.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Stay alert. Not as soft as it looks.
Your right phoenix is under attack. Rampage! An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I mean, I don't really know what to do here.
Your right phoenix has been destroyed. You have been slain.
It's a big pickup. Might mean we're not actually just losing the game here. Ah, Rama didn't realize. Tragic. We'll blink. I still hate the new words. I can't place them anywhere big. I want to try and see if I can just look for an easy pick. But I never know where anyone is. At least our left pushed. Fucking Nua, man. I'm so happy Soul Reaver was buffed. Fucking hell. I think I need to turn into Numa in these fights. You know how she could have done this way worse? She sells this shit, and she gets, what's that thing called? Like this motherfucker right here. Dreamer's Idol.
Falling back.
She pops that shit and then ults. Good luck surviving that. Well, you'll survive it, but you're gonna be like 40% HP as a carry. It's fucking terrible. It's an absolute nightmare.
Ward here. Bears down upon you.
How did that miss?
The glow. Ward here.
Belong to me.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Shut down. Double kill. An enemy has been slain. Your
Attack
middle
middle
phoenix
lane.
is under attack.
Defend left lane. Attack middle lane.
What the fuck was the last thing that hit me? Huh? This isn't my full... What? Just a 400 basic attack? I mean, if we get her, I'll... That's so tragic, man. Dude, no wonder he's not killing anything. He can barely hit anything with that fast attack speed like that. It's too fast attack speed. Is it every attack speed item in the game, I guess? He doesn't have Brackett's Harp, though. That's kind of rough.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Dude, get the Phoenix! Oh my god, dude.
Triple kill! Killing spree. Deicide.
I can't believe we didn't get that Phoenix. We just ran away.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Well, if I want to win this fight, I need to kill everything as Hades.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Okay. Instant axe? Sure, why not? That's fantastic.
Your Titan is under attack.
I got to turn into Hades, but it didn't matter, because I was instantly axed.
Phoenix is under attack.
Oh, I'm so sad about that loss, man. We couldn't have thrown that any harder at that Phoenix.
Defeat.
Also, Nuwa is just, honestly... Maybe I just play Nuwa every game. Maybe that's the play these days. Because if you hit full late game Nuwa, you can almost not fight back as a carry. You just get half HP'd. Now that Soul Reaver is, like, back, it's just worse than ever. Oh well. I have actually just made no progress today. I've literally played and gotten nowhere. I'll do one last game, then I need to leave. Yeah, our team wasn't doing too hard in that game. I still think we could have won though. I really do. I just think those are really bad decisions. I mean, maybe we couldn't, because part of those decisions that were bad is the reason why we lost. Like, Ra's positioning was atrocious. He always just walked up and died. Like, Rama, I think Rama generally played alright, but he was playing Rama. Rama is terrible. Especially into something like Uller. Like, I don't blame him for losing that matchup. I blame him for picking Rama. Still, though, I think people should play what they want to play. Wait. I can't type. Fucking hell. It's fucking chat. Why do we hate Nim? Nim is good. What are you talking about? I mean, Bots is open. Did we do this? Are we gonna give them Uller or Amma? No, Uller's banned. I guess Amma and then Bots. Is that the play here? They picked Rama. Phew, we're safe.
Select your god.
Yeah, I'm picking Nuwa. It's not even gonna be close. That's not Nuwa. Wait a second. There she is. No, I trust the enemy team. I don't think they pick bots. They wouldn't do that to me. Also, I hope they pick bots just so I can hate you for it. And blame you if we lose.
Let's play some games.
Actually, they picked something just as annoying, so that's great. And I'm gonna be specifically into that. You know what? Actually, this is a really easy gank for you on Nemesis, so. I think this is pretty much a free win. Why do I never get such a lineup? I mean, Impact is just here out of randomness, but me and Vexel are queuing at the moment. The Herc's name. I was yawning and it caught me by surprise. I almost choked. Usama Rizladen is such a funny fucking name. Alright, what the fuck am I building? I mean, if I want full power for late game, I should go Sands, right? Because Sands upgrade gives more power.
Bow to me.
Because of the passive, right? I guess.
That's just gonna melt and get sticky.
Have fun.
Thanks.
What am I against? It is actually Isama. Oh. Well, that is just as annoying. Actually, it's not. Herg is definitely worse, but...
Yes.
Oh my god, the chat doesn't work.
Minions have spawned.
There is honestly... I guess so much stuff to ban now. It is by far the meta, I feel like, why there's the most stuff to ban.
This guy fucking trolling or what?
No.
Should we kick him?
Oh, you mean Vexel? Yeah, we should.
Oh, doesn't this skin have very linear?
Thanks. Be careful. Attack. You owe me.
60 gods for the third. You don't
Could
think
have went
it's
with that
more?
red, to be honest. Is what it is.
Thanks. I'll attack right lane.
If she dashes, she does. I lied.
Maybe I can yoink this actually.
Too bad, so sad.
It's so nasty, man. It's actually insane how skill-less they made Amma with that aspect.
Okay.
And her autos has such wide range too. Or like a long range. For some reason. They always have.
Justice is flawless. Just like me.
I can follow.
Thanks. Too bad.
Blink. Red up in 10.
Enemy missing middle.
An ally has been slain.
I'm not liking what I'm seeing in duo again. I don't think I've had a single winning duel in today. Not even one. Maybe just one, at best.
Enemies in mid lane.
Dude, it's gonna be such an AFK lane for me. At least I'm playing a god that cannot be zoned.
Enemies incoming. Be careful.
Thanks.
It's a recurring theme of your streams. You mean like losing duo lane? I feel like for me it's more like a... I feel like I have worse junglers that don't help me out more than I have bad duos. But
Serious. Too bad, so sad.
That's too bad. Okay.
Thanks. Completed.
Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Bro, what the fuck?
dude, how are these autos hitting me? How are the autos hit? Dude, she's not even close to me! I don't get it! It's so bad! Her autos are so fucking long range for some reason. Actually can't get away from it.
All I need.
Like, what are we doing, Hi-Riz? What the fuck?
You've been judged.
What is that? She's by far the worst it's ever been since Kronos when it comes to Fatalis nonsense. Since he had it on his 2. Like, fucking hell, who made that? Who decided that was a good fucking idea?
Okay.
Just blink. Alright.
Be right back. Woohoo! Yay! So much enthusiasm.
I guess I really do just need to just sit back in this one.
Enemy missing middle.
Enemy missing lane.
Enemy spotted. Thanks.
I fucking know what you're waiting for. Cause I would do the same shit.
Gank.
On my way. Enemy missing left.
Enemy ultimate incoming. sad.
Enemies in right lane. It's raining candy.
On my way.
Let's play.
Okay. Okay. Justice is flawless. Just like me. Okay.
An ally has been slain.
Enemy missing middle.
Enemy spotted.
Nowhere to run.
Thanks.
Nowhere to hide.
Enemy missing middle. Cancel that.
Your left tower is under attack.
Jesus Christ.
Enemy missing left.
I'll attack middle lane.
Oh man, the one time I go that way is there. I'm going crazy. Fuck that build. Why is there always someone with me? Why would he be there? There was zero chance. Well, Dutch, Sense of Time has more damage, so I have to go Sense of Time. Otherwise, that's pointless. Who wouldn't do that on Nuwa?
Enemy ultimate down. Yes.
Sense of Time late game has more power on it than Conduit. And I'm going for the late game Nuwa damage.
An enemy has left the game.
Okay.
Otherwise, what's the point? What are we doing?
An enemy has returned.
Okay.
Your left tower is under attack. Thank you.
Full proc Conduit has less damage. If you count the passive, yes, on Sense. Yeah.
Bad, so sad.
If you go full power, you will eventually get more out of the passive on this than you do from Conduit. Oddly enough. I will say though, I don't know the math. Someone else told me. That's my source.
It's raining candy.
Retreat. Retreat left lane.
Okay.
You can try and do the math. It could be completely wrong for all I know. I'm not a theory crafter or anything like that. I just listen to what the theory crafters tell me. And I believe the one who actually said this was Deathwalker, so I do trust that one.
Enemy missing.
Enemy missing middle.
Marshmallow friends.
Enemy missing left.
Retired. He's not retired. What do you mean?
Pyromancer has arrived.
He's still playing. Oh, actually, is he? I don't know if he is now. He was playing. I don't even know, actually. Also, I think at this point I kind of want some cooldown. Otherwise, I'm never surviving against this armor.
Defend the gold.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Completed.
I'll attack right.
Armor's gonna be mid, careful guys.
Yes.
Never mind, she's in that.
Bro, how the fuck is the on her in the wave? Ay ay ay. Hammer out.
That's fine. He traded himself for a tower like a real hero.
Yeah. You're right. I'll be more positive.
Yo, Impact, what SR are you?
I don't know, for 5k. Might have just lied to you, I might be 4k. Rama backed.
I'm up, Link.
Okay. I'll come right again.
I think I saw Herc there as well, I'm not sure. I think I saw someone.
I hope he is. I'm saying. I no longer hope he is.
Oh, that's looking a bit...
Completely fine. It's
Fine,
Amaral
that's what I was gonna
and
say.
Hercule. Yeah.
Let's get aggressive, get in there.
I've got a TP.
I've got nothing for now. You can fight if you want.
I'm TPing, right? And if they're really pressuring you, you can just ult the wave. Your ult's pretty weak at the moment.
Okay. Attack the fire giant. Enemies in left lane.
Enemy in the left jungle. Enemy missing left.
Your right
Ammo might be
tower
going for
is
blue
under
here.
attack. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Yeah, she's on him.
Come on, come on.
That's a dash.
If I can get him, not I can slow her. Oh, she's gone. Shame.
Be careful, right?
She knows.
You think?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
I think she does, yeah.
Just maybe. Maybe not. Oh, you wait there, you wait there.
The police is on the way.
Thanks.
Rama's here. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, and her, this is literally such a free game if you just don't die. I know it's hard because he's a very good player, but that's a shame.
I can't say ult.
Yeah, you're out.
An ally has been slain.
It's always one ADC against a bot, man. Ugh.
Oof.
Damn.
Don't, because he'll SR check you.
He will.
No, I was just wondering why you were shitting on me the whole game, because obviously you're better than me. That's why I asked what SR was.
Oh god, oh god. I feel bad then. Don't worry, it's worked. I feel terrible. All good. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting there.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
That's too bad.
Yeah, can you come to gold? We'll see if we can just shit it down on her. Actually, not take the tower. Take the tower, take the tower. Probably not get this. We kill her. Kiss.
Enemies in left lane.
An enemy has been slain.
Almost missing as well. She could be coming.
Hecateel, by the way. Rama has the dagger.
An ally has been slain.
Time to hide the egg.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Yeah, I'm not coming in.
Tower is under attack.
We kill her?
Her ult's down.
Your middle tower.
It's a blink too.
That's a blink.
Yeah, feels bad. I think might be the most broken thing they've released.
Yeah, it's borderline impossible to deal with.
Yeah.
I tried Fenrir yesterday at like full attack speed Fenrir as well. He can't even stand a chance either. It's crazy.
Can't believe you complained at me not banning bats. That shit's worse than bats.
Yeah,
100%.
right now. I mean, that's the problem. There's just so much OP shit at the moment. It's tough to deal with.
Yeah, it's like you ban everything that's OP in this latest patch, and then you're like, oh, guess what? They get Aladdin.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, I would even argue that Aladdin is one of the least broken, because like at least you need late game for him to be broken. Bots doesn't need that.
Yeah,
Ammo doesn't need
yeah,
that.
I suppose. But if it does get a late game, there's no one better.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely a lot of shit to deal with at the moment.
How dare I?
I actually think we would have had a chance here if we just had the chance to farm. Like,
We just don't really know why we're still waiting. I think we just go next year. No disrespect to him, but we don't have any ADC compared to theirs. He's 2/3.
I think we could if me and Acne get 20s, but I don't think we're gonna make it.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
I'm telling you now, Vexel, this Nemesis can work. It can.
It's a curse.
Your right tower is under attack.
I guess I'll just TP.
I believe you.
No, it can work. No, it can work. It can.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Is that like
I was kind of
0-3?
shitting on. I was
Where's the Rama?
shitting
It's
on the
Ragnar.
Hercules, and now I just can't do anything.
He's one of the better ADCs in the
It
EU.
just feels like story of my fucking life.
I wouldn't say he's at the top of the food chain, but he's up there. He's quite good. And he plays a lot. He plays the game a shit ton. He's a big grinder for sure. Arguably, potentially the biggest grinder in the EU. He might be. Probably top 5 at least. He plays the game so much. He's young. He's got the energy for it. Shit. Moex is back. I don't even want to try. We can't 2v1 her.
Okay. Enemies in middle lane.
Your team has
I regret what I was trying to build here. I'm building this instead. This still fits. Yeah, because that... Okay,
The
perfect.
enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Attack left lane.
Thanks. Return to base.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. Your right tower is under attack. way. Your right tower
Defend
is
right
under
leg,
attack.
move up.
On my way.
Enemy ultimate down.
Woohoo! Yay!
I mean, they haven't even taken the
So
tower yet. I
much
should have stayed.
enthusiasm.
See if I can get 20.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
It's a 4v5. We win this, right?
They're looking to back. We should just farm.
Okay.
Get 20s.
Goodbye.
What an utter waste. of
Something good
time.
for us is that they're so big is really far behind. Like our support is further ahead, so it's pretty big. There's just so many ADCs and solos, I think, in EU. I think usually when you play, I feel like it's either the solo or the ADC doing a whole lot. Or I guess that's the bad way to put it. It's more like bigger names. There's just so many more recognizable solos and ADCs. The least is definitely support. I think mid and jungle comes somewhere in the middle. I'm not really sure. I don't feel like there's that many recognizable junglers these days. Yeah, no, don't worry, Impact. Like, people are trying their best. Like, yeah. It's hard to blame them for something they're not doing on purpose. Like, he's not being malicious. He's doing his best. It is what it is. I think he's doing a good job listening to what we're saying, at least. Some people would just instantly start lashing out. I appreciate that he's actually listening.
Too bad. So sad.
Oh, sorry.
You're level 20, big man. Can I get some?
Retreat left lane.
Oh, it's over. It's cooked.
Yeah, I can't help.
An ally has been slain.
Awesome.
We'll look for a pick, maybe.
Perk has no blink.
To be honest.
Alright, I'm pushing mid.
Oh, 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 oh.
Time to hide the eggs. It's raining candy.
Yeah, blinked out. Get the fuck out of there. Ah!
Oh no! What have you?
Keep running, boys. I'm pushing left.
I'm going this way.
God, how far is fucking Snipes?
Okay.
Rip.
Don't worry, I live
Ping.
those.
Didn't need a ping. I can't see my fucking. I can't buy in my store because the map's in the way. Thank fuck they laid off so many people. This game's fucking thriving.
Ow.
Hecate Noel, Rama Noel, Hercules Noel, Amma Noel.
Good poke. Don't overchase.
Yes.
An ally has been slain. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
I'm up in 5.
My ult. Fuck me, dudes.
It was nice knowing you.
That sucks, man. I mean, it is what it is. Never much to do. Like, it's just Honor is in the game he shouldn't be in. Getting mad at him won't change that. Like, he probably knows it better than everyone else too. My score is a bit unflattering though. 0-4-0. I wasn't a part of shit this game.
Bex was gonna tell me it was the Nemesis. I can't be asked.
Yeah, it was definitely the Nemesis.
No,
yeah.
my Nemesis is terrible.
I can't be
Honest.
asked.
New God.
Can I end on that? No, I can't. Vex, we're doing another one. I'm gonna try hard my ass off next one. I need a win. Can't end on that. Retiring the Nemesis. Just go for the aspect. Usually when I play something bad, I win. If I play something good, I lose. That's how it works. Go for the Nem aspect, then you win. Aspect is bugged. Oh, tragic. It doesn't work. It's even worse. Let's use some of these coins. Oh, didn't realize. I hit rank 10 on Morgan now. Great. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the aspect should be disabled then, because it's still in the game, right? I assume you can still just pick it. It's kind of game-breaking if you pick Nemesis and you can't use the aspect. Obviously, it's kind of bad, so people usually don't go for it anyway, but if someone just wanted to have fun with it, went for it in ranked, they're gonna have a bad fucking time. I need them to remove this bug. I want to remove the red dot. Yeah, I have no idea either how to report all the bugs. Well, no, I do. There is a bug channel in, like in Smitey Sports, in the Smitey Sports channel. But I'm not sure how much that one is getting looked over compared to the Ambassador ones. Oh, they were laid off, I see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. I have no idea then. What have I played today and done well with? Let's see. Is there a pattern? There's not. Hades, Amok, Kulkan are my wins. And I've won on potentially more broken gods on bots, Afro, and Morrigan. And Nuwa, I guess. I also lost Chuck, actually, my first game. Wait, I've lost 5 games today and only won 3. Oh no. Oh. Maybe I play Nemesis. Maybe that's the play. Surely that will go well. Maybe Nemesis is the only god that will deal with the armor nonsense. Let's try to get to the queue. But I can't for much longer. Yeah, I mean, I literally shouldn't really be doing a game, to be fair. I kind of don't have the time. I need to walk the dog soon. And I just stopped saying that because he actually understands what that means now. Now he's standing very unhappy behind me, thinking he's going out. Which is not the case. So yeah, no matter what, this is my last game. So I really do hope we win, otherwise I'm going to be sad. And I'm going to blame the Nemesis. Good luck. Thank you. In all seriousness though, what do I pick to potentially be able to solo carry if needed? What is the big pick? Anubis is a potential one. Get bots out. He's easier to play than Fenrir. Even though Fenrir is really easy too. Nuwa full damage support. That sounds great.
Select
Sol, huh? You know what? I do not think Nemesis is the play into that. But you know what? Impact. You take the Hercules, alright? Or the something else. I'll do the Nemesis. I have an idea. And it will definitely work out. Golden Blade? Maybe. Depends on what I'm against, I guess. Had the best Nem game with Int. I can tell you that I'm not doing that. I don't think I want to do that. I can't imagine it being good into people who know how to play the game. Surely. It's gotta be big shield though, right? Assuming the shield scales off of Int, like most shields do. I haven't seen Immortal Ram much in Smite 2. I saw him a lot in the beginning, but he hasn't played much since. Well, in my games, that is. My duo has just been filled with Ramas and Onhers today, and I don't like it.
Justice looks good in black, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've seen CJ quite a bit, actually. He was in a lot of my games last stream. I'm not feeling the beats, but I might have to for Sobek peeling late game. Sure, fuck it. Why not?
Just a little
Yeah.
touch up.
I might have to start on blue, because I might lose it otherwise. Especially into a chalk. It's just gonna outclear the shit out of me. Soul Jungle. It's good for me that he has the aspect though. It is funny. I do think the aspect chalk is better, but I would much rather deal with aspect chalk than not aspect chalk, because the healing is so hard to deal with too.
Minions have spawned.
Okay.
It gives characters into chalk actually have a fight. It just gives me a fighting chance since I don't have sustain and he doesn't usually, but now he doesn't, so maybe I can fight back.
This is a stacked game for mid smite players, isn't it?
Yeah, Salt seems. I mean, the aspect
No
did
disrespect
wonders
on
for
that.
her. I think it's pretty cool.
Let's settle this with style. My style.
Actually, it makes her kind of fun to play.
One strike is all I need.
Hello.
Well, well. Let's settle this with style.
It is
Your left
tiring.
tower is under attack.
Learning so many new things.
I need nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
It is
I'm
tiring.
so
Learning so many
sorry.
new things.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So sorry.
If I knew French, I'd be saying some shit.
First blood.
Lean.
You're kidding me, man.
An ally has been slain.
You have blue. Yeah.
One strike is all I need.
I'm good.
My domain.
What is this special then?
Let's settle this with style.
Your mic's very loud. I can't understand a word.
Running from me.
Like it sounds like you. It's like physically in your mouth.
It is in my mouth.
I like it.
It's kind of hot, honestly.
Got nothing for me.
Yeah, everything's done.
It's a shame.
I also didn't know see you were coming.
There's no running from me.
You live? I can path right. I'm pathing right. Oh yeah. Nice.
Oh, let's go, bro!
I love that.
Jesus Christ. My ears! I love the energy, but my ears don't.
Yeah.
I should have
dash
joined that
as we
heal
kill him.
actually.
Okay, let's go.
There's no running from me.
I help
who do their best. Yes, you've made me very happy. Let's settle this with style. My style.
Ultimate is ready.
Okay. Ultimate is ready. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Thanks. Ha! Ha!
You are weak. An enemy has been slain. Awesome.
There's no running from me. Excitement. No, isn't that just too bad? The guilty always fall. There's no running from me.
I was a taunt too.
That's just Aegis, that's fine. We can just get out before your chuck comes.
No. Fucking Rama's here.
Fucking Jock's here.
Is it both dead?
Yeah, we should have just gotten out when I
There's
said
a
we
full
should have.
fucking team in mid lane, that's crazy.
I mean, he died and then just rotated mid.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I wanted to go back. We shouldn't have gone that deep.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't quite expect that magnitude of a rotation.
Yeah, even if it was just Chuck, we would have died. He was so late. He went my blue, that's why he was late. Fucking hell.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Well, well. Who might you? Blessings upon you. Enemy missing left. Okay. Be careful. Enemy spotted.
Sorbeck ult down.
Good luck. Ultimate is down.
Ult up in 20.
Chuck is very killable.
Yeah, I'm coming. I don't have taunt for 5.
Oh my god, look at this.
He might know.
One strike is all I need. On my way.
He's backing. Actually backing.
They're all coming to purple.
Oh. He's coming to you. Let's go. That's his ult.
An enemy has been slain.
You've made me very happy. Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle.
Rampage.
Nowhere to run.
What?
Hide.
An enemy has been slain.
Attack the gold fury. Scales. Attack the gold fury. Thanks. There's no running from me.
I have Sunder.
Is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Your left tower is under attack.
My domain.
Your team has destroyed the
You've
gold
made
fury.
me very happy. Nowhere to run. Thanks. Nowhere to hide.
The purple.
Oh, wait, what the fuck is this? Valerian.
On my way. It is tiring. No, isn't
Well, fucking blue again, though.
Can I take this, please?
Thanks. Glory to Athens. You've made me very happy.
Kill him. Come on.
Yeah, we can kill him 100%.
Slain an enemy.
Thanks.
That's big for me, because he was kind of running away with a lead, because he was just being left alone for so long and taking my buffs every time while I was rotating, so... Is this Berserker's Kin's-angle? Yeah. Nemean, maybe. I'm not too sure on that yet. That kind of depends on how the game goes. Let's see if I can take tower for the... Nope. Never mind. That's a no, boys.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Didn't know his blue was up though. Damn. Could have gone for that.
Thanks. Think nothing of it. Wow,
An enemy has been slain.
Judgment is my domain.
You are weak. Feel my fury. You are weak. Feel my fury.
Let me tip the scales. There have been many artworks of me over the years, but the one you see before you.
Got his guys.
There's no running from me.
You let that in at the tower.
Yeah, he's too healthy for me. I need to back.
An enemy has been slain.
You've got style.
He's not healthy enough.
As much as
Killing spree.
nowhere to hide.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we win this. Like, the dual lane is so fed.
It's Aegis.
There's no running from me.
Your middle tower is
I'm
under
away.
attack.
You got taunt?
No, nothing for. I'm dead anyways. That
We're all
three's
gonna
down.
be there.
Nice. I should have told you anyways.
I'm
Said
away for
blink
Acne,
on
my
the-
ult up in 10. Ah, never mind, he's too far.
Well, that's spawn I have ult. We can just like run to gold if you want.
Shut down.
Too bad. So bad.
Your middle tower is under attack. Unstoppable.
Completed. I'm sorry. Let me tip the scales.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's lights out. Attack the gold fury. Nowhere to hide. Enemy ultimate down.
Don't have Sunder.
Your middle tower is
I haven't though. Thornton 6. Let's just wait as ult.
Good luck. You'll need it.
shut down.
My way. On my way. There's no running from me. Okay.
Oh, I'm dead as fuck.
I'm on my way, it's gonna take a while though.
Let's settle. There's no running from me.
Ally has been slain.
Bro, what the fuck? Sol's in front of you, Reduke.
An ally has
I wasn't able to get my ult off. I got CC chained.
killing spree.
It is tiring, learning so
Your
many
left
new
tower
things.
is under attack. Double kill.
Good luck. There's no running from me.
I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Scales.
I got this guy who can go for Rumble.
One strike. There's no running from
Slain
me.
an enemy.
Enemy missing middle. Cut those.
I'm dead.
Killing spree.
He doesn't have dash, so I just...
Under attack. Double kill.
Very happy. On my way.
I suppose it's just specifically my nemesis, that's the problem.
Didn't we know this already, though?
Yeah, we did, to be fair.
Yeah, just check it.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, just checking.
Hey.
My style. Ultimate is down.
Got was buff, the blue buff.
Woohoo! Be careful, enemy missing middle. My domain. Feel my fury.
I'm looping.
Your team has destroyed a right in an ally has
I wish you'd loop a bit fucking faster.
Well, I didn't think it was gonna dash you.
No. He was started fucking like swinging at me with his fucking kins.
Just get out if you can, this is looking bad.
Isn't that just too bad?
I don't know, I should get some shit there. I pretty much have ult on him up.
There's no running from me.
I have a hard time predicting what Acne is doing, because like every time I think he's gonna use an ability, I try to shield it to predict it, but it just isn't working.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro. Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Attack the fire giant. On my way. On my way.
I have pretty golden hand.
Fight him if they come in.
I have Sunder.
Thanks. Nowhere to run. No one strike is all I need.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Is all I need.
I guess I didn't press it. Okay.
Nowhere to have those insolent traitors.
Nah, you did press it, but I just think it was above 500 HP.
It wasn't, those at 473.
Well, then you would have revived.
I don't know why I didn't.
Vajay probably re-injured at the last second.
Do you think? That'll be fucked. If that's the case, then that's fucked. But I 100% did that at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, we have like 37 like HP 5, so it could happen. With Vajay, that shit heals fast.
Bro, you know what it is? Right now, that's the type of luck that I'm talking about. That I'm getting.
Enemies incoming right.
There's a lot of people coming right, we're not really nearby.
Good luck. You'll need fun.
I'm on my way though.
I have ult.
I want to fight this.
Who am I ulting? You?
Ultimate is down.
I'm gonna ult on her.
On my way.
Oh, I just got around my wand.
I have no idea how that pattern works.
You know what? I think you just got lucky. Gamehunter, I think that's what it is. Like,
yeah, for sure.
I played this Nem. I played Nem exactly the same. It's just luck. Nothing to do with my ability of playing the character.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there.
Let's get Phoenixes. Could maybe have ended, but like 15 seconds or whatever it was. Okay. Could maybe have ended, but it would have been risky. Might as well just take 2 Phoenixes and make sure that we end the next time.
Ultimate is down. Let's settle this with style. My style.
An enemy has been slain.
Just need the wave in with us.
An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy has returned.
Just end the game! End this! Need to walk the dog. It's been long enough. Oh my god. Oh my god. Attack! God, Villian! Attack! Well. Guess I'll go Nemean. I need to go though. We should have ended that game.
We should have said that before we started spamming them in the fountain.
Oh yeah, for sure. That was definitely me. I always do that.
No, I says you should have said that before we started doing it, not you.
Oh well, I kept spamming attack the Titan.
I thought that was just because you wanted. You're too professional, too business.
Ultimate is ready.
I have ult.
I'll show my
go in
presence.
here.
I'll ult straight away.
Go. have to defend mid. You guys may be able to do fire after that. Just make sure you have wards. They have ward and fire.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies
They're stepping up. I'm behind them though.
Your left tower is under attack. An enemy
made me very happy.
If you just survive, we can do a 4v5 fight when I'm up.
Your left tower is under attack.
There's no running from me.
They lost mid again.
Attack fire.
Nice.
Yes. On my way.
I'm not there. Tell me if you didn't need me though.
Yeah, we're fine.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant. Your middle tower is under attack.
Where are we going?
I have no idea what you said.
Left lane, I'm going.
Oh yeah, they're just pushing up mid as well. Push up right a bit as well. We'll just push all the lanes.
Good luck. You'll need it. On my way.
Hello? You guys hear me better now?
Yes.
Hello there.
You're a bit quiet, but it sounds much better.
I was using my webcam.
I could actually work out what you're saying now.
I'm sorry. I was using my Logitech C920 webcam thingy microphone.
No worries, bro.
Judgment is my domain. There's no running from me.
I'll push left. Wait, let me push left. 'Cause I can just ult over.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. It's lights out with you.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm good, I'll back in.
I can maybe bait the plug.
You know, I'm ulting.
It is tiring. Learning so
An
many
enemy
new
has
things.
been slain.
There's no running from me.
Attack the Titan. You have slain an enemy.
Justice is my domain.
She's got no blink. Nice.
Nowhere to hide. Bye-bye. Another round conquered. Until
GG.
Don't miss me too much. Bye, you.
Oh.
Enjoy yourselves. Victory.
Nemesis was the play, boys. All jokes aside, this wasn't really on the Nemesis part. It was definitely just better teamwork and like not like every lane having an impact rather than in the last one where one was just really getting shafted. And I had some big rotations. That's probably the biggest thing that I had. Someone said try this build on Shark. Yeah. Dude, I was watching it and I was like, wait, what? What's happening here? Like, I see it, but why would this be better than the other build? The other one is just already so dominant. I could see this obviously being good if you hit full late game, but that goes for literally any Chuck build. So. If you see it, tell me. I mean, I can't communicate to you in game. What should I just emote at you? Build something different through emotes. Because I definitely don't think I should have won this matchup in general against Chuck. But when I saw the build, I understood why I was winning. I think you only had Chronos Pendant and Book of Thoth by the time I saw it, so... Alright. That's it for me. Before the dog gets really mad at me. I pretty much made literally 0 progress today. I'm exactly where I started, so... But at least I had fun today. So, thank you guys so much for watching, I really appreciate it.